Hello there. Hello there, everyone. Once again, as I, Joe Matafuda, back once more with another art stream. Today, it is a learning art stream where we learn things. The learning in question shall be related to things that are very important, and I'm sure that you'd be interested in knowing that it has to go and relate to, wait for it, character design. So that's what we're doing today. So, we are going to be doing some character design concepts, I guess, if you think about it. So, let me see. Sorry, I'm reading something in the meantime. Alright. So, generally the concept of today in our learning stream is going to be learning how to go and build a character from scratch using, what do you say, prerequisites and whatnot. That's the general idea. Let's see, how are we doing? We have people here today? It's a little quiet today. It's been kind of quiet all week now I think about it. Because in the context of this week, we're coming up to Christmas right now. So obviously not everyone's going to have like free time on their hands to go and learn. But that's the whole purpose of the VOD. You know, you come back and watch it later. What if I had an idea for a character design but can't draw? Well, that's where we're going to get to it today. So the idea is that sometimes you don't need to know how to draw to design a character. What matters is the concept and what you want to put on it to go and make your character look unique and cool at the same time. I have some examples in my computer on, what do you say, scratch character concepts, mainly from my commissions. Because people, they commission me to go and draw their characters. And even if it means doing a full redesign of their character, I do that too. Now, let's go and get into the nitty-gritty of today as we go and hop into our lovely, high-quality, super expensive, irreplaceable program known as MS Paint. Let's go and hop in there. Takes notes, indeed. Alright, let's see. Tablet time. So this one's going to be a little bit different when it comes to teaching, because this one, it's going to take all the concepts that we learned previous, but also you can disregard them at the same time. It's a little bit of an if, and, or, and a but. The reason why is because necessarily you don't really need to know how to draw to design a character. I know, crazy concept. What really matters, it's this. It's let me go and fix my pencil. Actually, I could probably type it in. That's really big typing. I better go and say it before I get my lose my thought. But it's like, when designing a character, let me go and try and get that on screen. Let me zoom out. Let me get the zoomies. There we go. Good drawing skill is not, put that in caps, not necessary. How the fuck do you spell necessary? There we go, necessary. So when designing a character, good drawing is not necessary. Why is that? Why is that? Because generally, the idea is more important The idea is more important. The reason why the idea is more important is because the fact you're just trying to go and concept the character, because that's what it's about. It's conception. So that means you're concepting a character in your mind. What really matters, what goes on inside your brain. Let me go and draw a very smooth brain here. You got the smooth brain? Yeah, got the smooth brain. Look at that brain. Look how smooth it is. But yes, it is a matter of... Oh, that's some furrows to it. There we go. It is a matter of how well you think out the character, the thought you put into it, and what you intend to do with it. So let me go and write those rules down. Because they're not necessarily rules, in a sense. They're more just questions that you must ask yourself when building a character. For example, like, what is it? What is your character? Because that's always the most important thing. Is your character a human? Is your character... Here, let me do this normally. Is your character like a human? An aminal? Let me go and just do like... Let me draw a wondrous animal. There we go. Look at the animal. Oh, it needs ears. Or is it something like a robot? Let me just... There we go. We got a robot. Yeah, but it's like what is your character, right? That's the one thing you need to go and ask. Now, next thing is, what does your character do? I'm gonna move that. Let me try and transparency. Because now, what does your character even do? So say we go with like something like just the human route, right? And we just go and bring it down here, and we go and say, what is our human do? Because it's like, okay, so we have a human character. What does our human character do? What does it contribute to this person being an individual, right? So let's say our person... Let's be creative, shall we? Let's say our person has like ESP powers or something, you know, like ESP. Okay, so they're like a psychic or some crazy nonsense like that, right? So fictional setting for this character. So now we already have like that. Next thing's next. It's like, what's their background? What's their BG? Question mark. What is background defined as? Practically just what's their establishing character traits. Like, what makes them who they are. Obviously, it could go like this, where it relates to this and it relates to that. So it could be just, this is their main, this is their secondary. So let's say that, what's their background? Let's say that they're a Esper from, I don't know, Australia. They're Australian. Anything else? Because you could add many things to it. You could say it's like they're Australian and maybe they're scientific, right? So it's kind of like this kind of, these are just stuff that you could throw at the wall in your mind. But generally, you as an individual already have a concept of what you want to work with. These are just examples. Examples to be shown in order to go and display simple rules. And one of the main, and then after that, and by the way, these things, all these things, they do contribute to what they should look like. And in fact, I should do that in demonstration of just like, so what is it? It's a person. It has Esper powers, and it's Australian and scientific. It's like that kind of a deal, right? And then what you do is that you go and take all three of these. Let me just draw a giant C bracket. No, we'll do it like this. And it goes over here. So we take these three questions. What is it? What does your character do? What's their BG? And then you go and add it into just overall concept. Overall let me move that down here. Concept. This is coming from a guy who has developed not one, not two, but many funny characters over the years. Am I going to show you them all? No. Just because I don't have time to do so. This is more just because, as a guy who's just been drawing for a long time, I've had many ideas for many different stories I wanted to go and work with. Have I acted upon them? No. Do I need to act upon them? Not necessarily. Is it cathartic to go and create characters? Yes. And that's the whole purpose. It's for fun in that sense. So one of the major things that does add into it is this. Major contributor. Enthusiasm. In fact, I should put creative enthusiasm. Creative enthusiasm is a very important thing because this is what will go and combine these together even better. And thus you get overall concept. Now, even if your character, when you draw it, and you try to go and then ask the question, after you get your overall concept, you try to ask the question to yourself. The most important, the most difficult question. What does it look like? This is the most important question right here. So once you get all these things right here, you will then go and try to go and do the overall concept in your head or on paper. So it could be on paper, it could be in your head, it could even just be on a whim in that sense. But this is the hardest part right here. What does it look like? I'm gonna just do that in multiple big ass circles. I'm at a hotel today, Coolios. Hopefully you're having a good vacation. And thus you draw it, and let's go and expand this down. Let's go and expand our concept sheet down a little bit. You draw your character. You know everything, right? Go right here. And so you try and draw your character. So you know that your character has like something that is like a human body shape. So it has a human body shape. All right. So I got a human. Let's go with the human body shape. I'm gonna go with just like, he's an Esper too. So maybe I gotta make him like nerd-like. He's also like into science, right? I'm gonna give him just a square head for right now. This is like easy throwaway concept, but it's just like. Also, he's like Australian. Okay. So we gotta think about like what is an Australian? Oh, I need to think about all this kind of stuff, right? All at the same time. So as long as I have the enthusiasm, that's what really matters. And bing, bang, boom. You got this very strange looking menagerie of a character that you're not quite sure about. And thus you're just like, what the hell did I just draw? The answer is that you don't have a solid concept, but that's perfectly fine. Now, Oh, teacher, can I have a summary? What happened so far? I'm late because dog ate my homework. Damn. Well, like what our fellow chatter said, we just got started. Scientists, some jorts is mad funny. Must admit. Oh yes, we'll go and put a lab coat on him too. Maybe a slouch hat. There we go. Now, here's your deal, right? Your concept may look a little odd, a little weird. Not what you had in mind. In mind. Do not let this... do not fret over this, right? So, can't hear? You might need to turn up your volume. I'm not talking enough. Now, here's the thing. So, your character might... oh, Australia without thinking of neutral toxins because that one YouTuber. Oh, okay. So, the ordeal goes like this. Like I said, may look weird. May look odd. Not what you had in mind. Do not fret on that notion. Because the whole ordeal is to go and get the idea, the conception. So conception, let me just go and put this all in a big red circle. Because we like big red circles here on YouTube, but it's like conception. The whole purpose is to get the concept out. Everything else can be worked in post. So pretty much just like everything right here, everything that you see right here can be done in... what is it? Wait, let me put that in caps. In post. What do I mean? You get the idea out, and then you can go and refine it afterwards. The more you work and draw this character, the better it will look. You're not going to go and just suddenly do a one shot of a character and it's going to look amazing. Allow me to go and demonstrate to you the very first drawing of Tipsy. Let's go and find Tipsy, shall we? We all know Tipsy. We all know what Tipsy looks like. But do we know what Tipsy used to look like a long time ago? This is a drawing from about 5 years ago, and I'm going to go and demonstrate to you as soon as I can go and find it. Let me see where it is. Here it is, right here. So, I go and open it up. Right here. So, right here, this is our original Tipsy drawing. Now, was she intended to be an OC? Was she intended to be an original character? The answer is no. When I designed this character... YouTube flashbang, very quick. When I designed this character, I designed the character with just the simple idea of... wait for it. Let me go and... I'm going to copy this. I'm going to go and bring in MS Paint so I could go and draw next to it. I'm going to get her out here. Let's go and scroll down. So, let me Control V. Alright, so, we have our Tipsy on the screen. Now, when I originally designed this character, the thought process I had to myself was this. Was it existing concept? Concept. Alright, so, existing concept. Apply to style. To style. Secondly, or thirdly, I guess. Make it cute. What is it? Fairy. Alright, so now we could go and apply it back up to these questions up here. So, I asked myself, what is it? It's a fairy. Let me go and make this in orange. Fairy. And then, what does your character do? I said, it flies. Alright. What's their BG? Touhou. Yes, I know how to spell Touhou. Oh, fairy. Pop. Corn. Enemy. Made to be bullied. All these things contribute back into it. These things are extra, but generally these are just my personal requirements. Now, we could go and take these things, we'll go and copy these. So let's just go and copy all this very quick. Copy, I'm going to go and just move it down here into my questions that need to be answered. All these things contribute to the overall design of what you are seeing in present. Fairy, alright. Flies. So all these things contribute into making the Tipsy. And this right here is the, even up here, these are extra requirements. These are just concept. So this is all the on paper. This is the execution. Let's see. The OG small fairy creature, yes. Looks the same as the current Tipsy? Not entirely. Greeted with the OG Tipsy as soon as I arrive. How many calories and protein in a Tipsy? Saxton Hale. Oh, okay. My brother wants to open the hotel window. Oh. There's a sign saying I can't do it. Oh, so no. Damn, what a shame. So, generally, these things, they all go into what makes this fairy right here. Now, it seems like a lot, but if you add the enthusiasm to it, enthusiasm factor, enthusiasm is practically how much is your desire to go make the character. How enthralled are you to go make the character? It also factors into things like efficiency and how much do you want to perfect that. It plays in other things later on. But generally, you got this, and when you get enough of this, a lot of this just seems like one word, just the concept, and it all boils into that. So it kind of just goes both ways when you add enthusiasm to it. Now, we can go and take a look at the most recent form of Tipsy. My most recent concept art for Tipsy, and that would be her display sheet. Let me show you the most recent formulation of Tipsy, and this is what we got now. So let's go and enlarge this. I'm going to enlarge it more. So this is what happens after you refine it a lot. And granted, this is the second iteration of it. So let's go, I could go and bring in the previous iteration. Let me go and find the previous iteration. This is our previous iteration right here. I'll enlarge that. Get rid of that. Paste that. So, we have our concept, we have our character. So, concept, character. And then after that, this, refine, in post. So, the in post that we mentioned earlier, that would be this. So, we could say in post, refine, refinement. Because obviously, as you progress in your drawing skills, your characters might change in design depending on A, how you're feeling, B, how much has your own personal drawing skill improved, and C, have you changed your overall style on how you draw, your format, your drawing form? Have you changed your form? And those, I'll even write that down. So it's kind of just like the things that equal refinement. So refinement equals skill plus style / form, and the last thing was I forgot what the last thing was. I just had in my mind. I guess we could just say, is there still enthusiasm for your character? And enthusiasm. Skill plus style reform and enthusiasm. How much have you improved? Do you wish to improve your character? You still like your character, that kind of ordeal. And obviously one of the major things, much like doing multiple drawings of other things, in order to go and boost your skill, a lot of times repetition is necessary in order to go and get a greater concept in your mind and increase your skill and whatnot. That's the basics, but it also goes for your own character. If you want to get used to drawing your own character, it's best to go and draw your character often. That way you can keep on refining it. And thus we could go and say in post refinement to secondary refinement. So this could be just like even further, because obviously you see here, from here to here, you can see the fact that my drawing style has changed on this tipsy and this tipsy. A bit of a difference in between the two. And then we go to the most current, you can see right here that obviously this is different from this, and this is definitely different from something like this. And if we were to go and take this tipsy and bring it all the way over to this one over here, you just go and copy that, bring it over here, pasta it right here, same pose, same place, different evolution of style. In fact, you could say improved in a way, in my own personal opinion. Now, obviously, when it comes to the quality of art, it is still in the eye of that who beholds it. Now, obviously, you could say that, oh, well, maybe the previous one is better than the current one. I would say otherwise, but that's just my own personal opinion on that. So, see, yeah, I kind of see it now. Hello there. Oh, wait. Doesn't flying come from her species rather than her specificality? Not necessarily. Not all fairies fly. If you were to go and say the fairy defined as a goblin, goblins don't fly. So, if I were to go and say it like that, yeah. And then also, it's like not necessarily all fairies have to fly. So, that would be more applying to background. Nature and species, like, if it was like, so say, like, a bird. In order to make a character a bird, you could even put in the chance of saying, like, oh, it can fly or it can't fly, because there are flightless birds. There can be probably flightless fairies as well, because it's fiction. We don't really have to necessarily follow the concepts to 100%. Now, obviously we see our evolution of character design. Now, let's go and do a quick run back. So we got, when designing a character, good drawing skill is not necessary. The idea is more important. The concept is the idea. That is the most important thing. It's the concept. Because even if you can't draw, there are many different ways that you can go and improve your own character. And let me go and I already showed you one path on how to improve a character design, and that first path is drawing. Yes, drawing it yourself. So that means drawing the character that you had in mind and putting it to paper. we have another one that you could do to go and get a character out onto paper. Now, that would be, wait for it, commission. Commissioning an artist to go and draw your character. These two routes are the best. Now, there is the third route, which I do not recommend, but it is still a viable option, and I will never choose the option, but that would be in current year. We have, wait for it, do not boo at me, we unfortunately have AI generation. Now, am I going to say that you have to rely off of AI generation to go and create your character? No. In fact, I would say that this is a last-ditch option. I would never choose this option. Now, at the same time, does it create the character? Yes. But at the same time, should you rely on it? No. So, I'm just going to go and remove that for right now. But regardless, what does this equal still? It equals proven concept. That is the whole purpose of it. It's just to go and get your idea out. What does your character look like and refine it. Now, remember there's also writing. You can't draw it. You can always describe it in a novel. Correct. We could add that as a third option. Writing it down. How do I say Tipsy's full name? Izai or Tipsy Izai? I like to go and say Tipsy Izai or Izai Tipsy. Let's see. What about using a game that has a lot of customization? That can be another option. Character creator. Character creator. And we'll go and put Stinky AI at the bottom right here. Now, here's the thing. It's like there are many paths. There are many paths to go and making your character a proven concept. And obviously, there are many different ways to getting to it. But as I would like to go and say personally myself, these two right here are your best options. Drawing or commission. Drawing is a hard option, but it's the cheapest option. Commissioning is a expensive option, but you'll normally get good results. Writing it down is that you can describe the character, what it looks like, but you can't perfectly visualize it without reading it and trying to depict it inside your head. Character creator. Character creator is practically where you use a pre-existing software, mainly a game, like a character builder, and well, that's what it is. It's a character builder. And you use the character builder to go and design your character as accurate as possible, but you are limited by the software. So if you want to have certain crazy things on your character, you're limited by what the software has to go and give to you. Then you have AI. AI is another thing. 3D modeling. I would consider 3D modeling as making it, that's a medium. So, if you were to go and say 3D modeling, that would be like saying, oh, why not make it out of clay? Or why not make it out of paper craft? That is more like a medium of drawing. This is like how to make it. This is how you make it. So it's like, do I have a person make it? Do I make it? Do I have a person make it? Do I write it down, which is still me technically making it? Do I use a character creator, which is essentially via third party using a video game or some kind of software to go and build the character? Or do I use generative learning? Now, like I said before, I find this option stinky. Now, let's see. PSO2, good for character creation, but it takes time to get the stuff that you might need. True. But at the end of the day, you will still have a proven concept. Now, to refine said concept, to go and refining is best done. This is my personal opinion. This is personal opinion. Refinement. So, refinement, in my most personal opinion, is going to be more on you. I believe you should refine your character because it's your character and you know what your character does, you know what your character looks like in mind, and you should be the one to do refining personally. I'm going to put an orange box around this. Actually, I'll put a blue box. There we go, blue circle. Refinement. Now, you can go with the second option and do commission for refinement. But obviously, you're going to start burning money. Now, let me show you an example. Koikatsu is also a really good option. I've heard about that game. Even though it is a hentai game, I have heard good things about it. You don't necessarily need to use it as a Gooner game, but you can utilize it for its 3D modeling capabilities from what I've heard from other people that use the program. But once again, like I said, it is still limited in its functionality. So always be aware when it comes to using character creators. So let me show you a good example of someone using, because we already seen the first route. So this first route right here, this is Tipsy. So Tipsy took the drawing route and then proven concept and then refinement. Gooner game, what? You don't need to know. Now, don't think about it too much. Character create gaming. Yes. Now, like I said, I already showed you Tipsy, but let me go and see if I could find a particular drawing. I need to find him. Where is he at? If not, then I might need to go into my artistry to fish him out. Where could it be? I probably should have grabbed this earlier. Let me see. Where is it? I should be able to. I should have it in here. I normally tend to go and download concept characters all the time prior to working on them. Can't find it. I'm looking for someone who commissioned me in the past to go and entirely redesign their character, and he's currently utilizing that design. Where are you at? This is like one of those moments in class where you're just waiting for your teacher to go and find that one piece of paper that the teacher misplaced, and you know where it's at, but the teacher doesn't know, but you don't really care to go and tell the teacher. Oh God. I swear it's somewhere around here. Give me a moment. I should be able to find it. Well, here, let me go onto my my art commissioning page very quick, because this is actually kind of important. Commission example could be my water spirit. Oh, yes. Teacher, can I eat in class? I mean, I don't think you are physically inside the classroom, so I don't have to go and hear you chopping your lips. You know, going like, you know, like that kind of a deal. Uh-oh, I got a 404 on my art page. Uh-oh. Let me go and do a little bit of a login. Well, No, you know what? I'm not going to waste my time on that. What I can show you, though, let me go and find something else. I'm very sure I probably have someone else's concept art inside here. What can we go with? Here we go. This is a good one. This is a good example right here. Let me find... here it is. So, we got this little goober right here. This guy, granted, I don't know. I don't remember the guy who commissioned me this, but this is concept art. So we go and take this concept art. I'm going to go and drag this out. So this is an example of the commission route. So it started looking like that. And let us go down here. I'm going to go and Control V. I'm going to push this right here. And next, so we got this little Oni looking dude. He looks like he's like a Naruto OC almost. But he told me to go and redesign the OC to go and be more to his liking, because he already has all the things that he needs necessary. He just needs to go and draw it and refine it. He already asked the question, what is it? What does your character do? What's their background? All that kind of stuff. He told me that the character is a Oni. He says, what does the character do? Martial arts. And the character's background is a little bit of a ninja, a little bit of Japanese, a little bit of Lampanese, if you know what I mean. And I refined it, and it looks like this. So essentially, I did the refining for him. Go and Control V. Go and put it right here next to it. And essentially, this route is the commission route. So it essentially goes like this. So he has the idea, which is essentially the proven concept. So he went like this. This, which is proven concept, and then he did a commission to go and do the refinement, which is this. So commission refinement. And much like for you guys, this is also a route that you can take as well. But once again, I prefer that you go and just do this route because it's more fun. Personally staying more fun. Let's see. What if I drink all the water in the ocean? Oh dear. Jotun Sensei searching for his papers. Yes. How do you make a chest? Flat male chest, please. Look right from the semi-profile, looking from the front about 45 degrees. Mine don't look 3D for some reason. Faces are also a problem, but not so much. Crunch, crunch, slurp, slurp. I'm guessing it's slightly curved surfaces giving me trouble because just treat them like flat cubes. If I were to go and demonstrate that to you very quick, let's go and take a sidetrack, shall we? Let's go and take a little bit of a sidetrack. So he wants to go and do like the male chest, I guess. So that would just be like, so we have, I'll do like the head and everything. So we got our head, tiny head. We'll go tiny head. Tiny head, got our neck. And then we got to go and do our frame very quick. And he just wants to do like a Chiaroscuro 45. You kind of just work it in. Now, when it comes to drawing any of these frames, if you just hop right into it, that's good. I mean, there's a lot of people that can just hop right into a concept of drawing anything, really. There's no rules. There's no rules. If you want to just hop in and get started, you can. But at the same time, I like to go and have a little bit of parameters to work with. Now, obviously, as you can see on how I'm drawing here, I'm just trying to go and get what he had in mind. Granted, the head may be a little bit awkwardly shaped, a little inaccurate in a way, to my liking. But the male chest, or at least for this type of frame that we're going with, all bodies are different. Some bodies are more equal to others. And as you draw your frame, you'll notice the fact how you get the chest looking flat. It's a matter of just making sure that nothing goes out. Nothing goes out. You just make it just like a straight line going up, because you're always going to be standing up straight. Unless you want to go and like do like any crazy poses, then maybe we could start considering about whether we do crazy leaning, foreshortening, S-curve, or whatnot. I mean, like, even for concepting a character, you're not going to go and start by going all out. Like, for example, it's just like, oh yes, I want to concept this character. When I concept the character drawing, I want to go and just like have like the most like foreshortened character. I need my character to have like he's gonna be looking up at the screen. He's gonna give me like I don't know, like let's say like this kind of ordeal. There we go. He's pointing at the screen, right? He's pointing at the screen. And his hips, they're all like fully positioned now. He's like all funky and stuff, like, right? He has his hand on his hip. He's got sass personality. And then when I'm done with it, I'm gonna put like a circle next to it. The wee ball situation, yeah. Chill McSniffer. I can handle the extra stuff, no problem. It's the most basic classic studies I struggle with. It's stuff that you have to go... That you could... let me fix my wording. Classic studies is stuff that you can only get better at with repetition. So even though it may look bad now, finish the drawing and then move on to the next one. That's what I would personally do. That's what I've done in the past. Even when it came with drawings that I thought that were good, and then after I was almost done with them, they started looking bad, I kind of just huffed through the rest of it and finished the drawing and then just moved on like it never happened in a sense. But I keep the information that I got from the drawing in order to go and personally grow, whether it be mentally or dexterously. Let's see. I'm guessing it's just slightly curved surfaces giving me the trouble because I treat them like flat cubes. You could treat them like flat cubes, but you need to figure out how to connect the cubes together. It's very much a point A and point B situation, kind of like this schwanky looking dude right here. So, let's see. Well, yeah, I don't know what else I expect to hear. Just practice a lot and get good. I wouldn't say practice a lot and get good. I would say practice a lot and learn what you don't like about the drawing and then try to go and focus on that. It's almost like min-maxing in a way. Because I could just tell you, oh yeah, get good, scrub, but how is that going to help you? That doesn't help you. No, the answer is very much, it's like, for example, me. What do I not like about this drawing right here? What do I not like about this character, this current drawing that I see right here? Well, I don't like the shape of his head. This head shape's bad. He looks like Tweety Bird, like I put a baby head on that dude. Like, so next time if I draw this, if I just say I just move on, I'm gonna go and focus on fixing this. Or, oh wait, maybe these arms, they're not as even as I want them to be. These arms. So next time, I'm going to focus on this too. I'm going to focus on these arms. I'm going to try and make sure that they're even and make sure that they fall in line with what I want to go and draw. Oh wait, maybe next time I could drop the shoulders too. You know, just drop it a little bit more to go and add more masculine shape. Or maybe carve out the head more and shrink the jaw a little bit. You know, like that kind of ordeal. That's what you need to do. And eventually you'll start getting stuff that you'll like looking at. So it's not, like I said, it's not a matter of just get good. Because if that was the case, then I wouldn't need to really go and teach you. Or teach anyone at all. I mean, necessarily, I don't need to teach you. I don't need to teach anyone at all, really. But I'm doing it for the fun of it. So, let me see. So, let's go back to what we see here. So we got enthusiasm factor, existing concept, applied style, fairy concept. All right. Yep. This is a quick review. Designing a character, good drawing is not necessary. The idea is more important. And conception. You were teaching us anyways. Thank you. Now, what I'm going to do, I'm going to save this to my desktop. Yep, I'm going to save that right there. Now, what I'm going to do now, let us go into the main subject of the day and in execution. So we were talking about the main subject already, but that's the main subject in concept. I know, we're going back to concepting in general. But we must go and see in execution. What does that mean? That means that we get to go and see what does it look like to go and create a character from scratch. And I made 2 examples last night to go and demonstrate. To add context, currently at the moment, Capcom has a contest going on to go and design a Robot Master. And me being historically a Mega Man fan for a very, very long time, I decided to go and, throw my hat in the ring. I'm going to be throwing my hat in the ring, quote unquote live. Quote unquote live. I already drew the concepts in general. But the idea is to go and create a Robot Master. So we have existing parameters to go and follow. So let me go and close out MS Paint. You're going to get a tipsy jump scare. And we'll go into MS Paint again and bring in our 2 Robot Master concepts. Sylvester Crystal. Oh, okay. I can only draw a concept for a head. But that's all. That's okay. That is okay because eventually you can go and draw the rest of the body. Granted, you only have what I would probably say 1/4 of the entire character, but it's best to have 1/4 than 0 out of 1. So, tap en la planta. Vamos por esa rosa, mi gente. I don't know what that means, but okay. So let us go and bring in our Robot Master concepts, and I will go and explain everything as to what we have going on. So here we go. We got our 2 goobers. We got 1 goober on the left and 1 goober on the right, and these are rough concepts. These are just your roughs. There we go. Let's go and drag you over here, and we got 1 dude over here, we got 1 dude over here. So we're going to look at this guy. We're going to look at this guy right here first. So this guy, if we go back to my desktop and you go to my little page we have right here. So the questions is, what is it? What does your character do? And what's their BG? What's their background? So let's go and ask those questions. So first off, the first question is, what is your character? Well, my character's a robot. Oh, what? Robot. This is required. This is required because we're going off, what is it? Oh, do you like classic Mega Man or do you like the X series? I like both. Now, the thing is, the concept here, it's a robot. Second off, it's going off of something different this time. Pre-requirements. Prereq. Many of you might actually know what I'm talking about, because the answer is kind of right in front of your face because you've heard of it multiple times. An OC. OC, original character. Original character concept is relating to a custom character built for an existing series / world / franchise, whatever you want to insert them into. That is an original character. So, the prerequisites of this original character is the Mega Man world. And this is particularly going to be a robot master. So, that's what they are. We need a Mega Man X9, bro. I want to know what happens next. Yeah, they did kind of leave us on a little bit of like a hint, nudge to a Mega Man X9, but that never happened. Now, going back to this, we're going to ask our next question. Next question is going to be, what does your character do? And I decided to go with the concept of nuclear. So, oh, that's a D. Nuclear. In fact, I even have a name. The guy is he's going to be called either Gamma Man or Radio Man. So, now I could just call him Nuclear Man too. But generally, the concept follows as such. What is his background? Nuclear reactor. Reactor. Regulator. Big guy. So, general, was it? What it does has to be clear in the character design. For yourself, yes. But, as for the competition itself, it just needs a general design that looks cool, that Capcom would say, yes, we would like your design, that kind of a deal. And the winner gets the concept in game, which is pretty cool. Now, as following up with this character design right here, as unfortunately MS Paint can't show the entire character without going all the way out, we have our character following all these questions and being built into one. Now, here's the ordeal. Was it Gamma Man is really fun to say, but the pattern on his chest reminds me of a beehive, and I thought the stuff on his shoulders are jars of honey. Now, obviously, if I were to go and color him in, that's where things can change. Because obviously, this is supposed to be water, so these are blue, and this is supposed to be silver and pink. Because of nuclear cooling, nuclear fuel rods. That's what he's supposed to be holding in him. And so it's kind of like, what do I want inside the character? What do I want for the design? So this is like oh, that's Discord. You don't want to see Discord. We want to see this. We want to see our conceptor. So we have our general drawing, and technically where we're at right now, we're at proven concept, and we want to move on to things like refinement and whatnot. But before we get to that, let's go and take a look at some other things, such as other questions in design. What do I want on the character? What do I want? Because it's always like the question, what does my character look like? I'm going to move everything. I'll move next to this mushroom dude. So, things that I wanted on this character, before I do anything else, I'm going to do a save as. I'm going to save it a character. I'm going to put this as a 2EX. Because I don't want to go and destroy my designs on accident. So things I wanted to go and put on this character. I was thinking of the concept of a nuclear power plant. Nuclear power plant. And most nuclear power plants, they have like this typical kind of silhouette where they have like the big cooling tower, they have like the regulator towers and whatnot, and then you get the big box that has like the all the crazy science stuff going on the inside with tubes, and there's tubes that connect back and forth. And obviously you got like the little tiny nuclear fallout symbol kind of ordeal going on. I'm going to finish this up. There you go. And I took all this, and I threw it into this. And so it's kind of like, all right, so I wanted to be based on a nuclear reactor in a way. Oh, hi, Jojo. Have you seen my cat? No, I have not seen your cat. I think you might need to go back to the psych ward. Yeah. Anyways, silver and pink. Wouldn't it be bright blue, since that's the color of rods? They shine when the reactor's on. Maybe. I just felt like putting pink in there because it would change up the color scheme a little bit. Now, here's the ordeal. As I was saying earlier, I wanted him to look like the nuclear reactor, but in robot form, so robot master form. So what I decided to do, obvious thing, I made the cooling tower his head. Again, good arrow. Regulators are his shoulder. I put the cooling rods on his chest, little tiny tubes connecting to his arms because they look cool, and they cover and they kind of like blend the design together. They give him some shape in a way. Also, the bottom half and overall body build is very much that of how Keiji Inafune designs his robot master. So it's like when you ever design a robot master, there's always like a base shape that you can go off of, which is this. Imagine that you have the exact same type of frame. You got the lower torso, you got the limbs. And you go and just push the limbs out a little bit. And then one of the most important things is the big arms. Big arms. Big hands. And this is generally the design of most Mega Man characters. Give them a broom for clean energy. Maybe. I don't know. Now, here's their deal. I gave him, instead of giving him traditional hands, I gave him claws. Why did I give him claws? Because one thing's first is that, I wanted to shoot radiation lasers out of him. But also, I want him to be capable of holding the cooling rods. So, cooling rods can be held inside the hands, but also you can go and do shooty from them, because, it's robot masters. They gotta do the shooties. His legs, I didn't give much attention to. If I were to give more attention, that would be in the good old, the refinement. So that would be for refinement, because we have proof of concept. So refinement would be next. Now, that would be our first guy. Next, we got this guy. We got this fun guy over here. Let me go and scooch him over. Silhouette is very important. Yes, silhouette is very important. And one of the things I might want to do is maybe improve his silhouette. Now, what is silhouette? Obviously, we haven't gotten to the explanation of what is a silhouette, but if I were to go and just let's go and copy pasta him first. I'm going to copy pasta him because I don't want to just remove him from existence. Not yet. Copy pasta. Copy pasta. Move him over here. Transparent section. Select. Change that to black. Ooh, oh wait. Not just yet. Not yet. I need to. Let's get our silhouette on. Let's make a silhouette for him. Another important thing is that when you do a silhouette for a character, is that normally they do need to be inside a unique pose a lot of the time, but not all the time. Not all the time. What really matters is that you could get a unique shape. Very quickly, just kind of going over him. Not doing the best job at it, but this is for solely the reason of demonstrating silhouettes, and someone brought that up. I wasn't going to get to that just yet, but since it was brought up, we could get into it. There you go. So generally what the whole purpose of silhouette is that your character can be recognized by its silhouette alone. This is something that plays in the character design when it comes to making a unique character in itself. Let me see, because he's a fungi. Yes. Why does the second guy look like a fungus? I'll be getting to him soon. Oh god. It's so wild that a style like that can be so well recognized from such basic shapes. Silhouette, very important. His name is Gus, and he's fun. But yes, so practically, I'll even take the mushroom guy over here. I'm going to copy him. Copy. Pasta. Going back on the description of a silhouette is that the character silhouette can go and make... It's practically like a litmus test in a way. After this, I can go and bring up a silhouette example, a good silhouette example, of some characters that you might recognize. And description of silhouette works in the case of character identification. Now, it plays best when you're in a multiplayer setting, but also when it comes to just, character marketing, character design, making a unique concept in a way, as well as also it helps to create a memorable character. Let me go and just... I don't need to do that side, I just need to do the outside. Only the outside, don't need to do that side. And as I continue on to draw these lines, you'll slowly but surely start to go and see the concept taking place as you see the shapes of the character being defined as I move along. He's missing a little bit of a finger. There we go. Alright. And then all I need to do now is change this to black. Grab this. Scroll it down. And get rid of you. And then we'll change this to gray and move it back up. And once again, even though we only known these characters for a little bit, and we could already tell, like, oh, these characters have unique designs. Are they from somewhere? Are they connected to something? Judging by their shape, I can kind of tell that they might be from some series that I might, like, recognize in the back consciousness of my mind, kind of ordeal.
His name is Gus, and he's fine. Okay. It also helps a lot in reproducing it later, since you'll likely end up having multiple poses. True and real. Granted, this can also be used for mental identification of the character in mind, so it's kind of like, if I'm trying to go and draw the character freestyle, if I remember what the shape looks like and trying to apply that to character concept in general, I'm just like, oh yes, the character looks like that. I just remembered to go and look at the shape. But let me go to images, Google Images. So here is a good example of silhouette recognition for characters, and I'll go and Control V in, and we got these guys. Yes, we got the Super Team's Defense Force 2 mooks. So we'll go and take the Pyro, or the most forefront character. Yes, we'll take the Pyro right here. And we'll take the Heavy over here. And we could even take the Medic. There we go. And I'm just going to X and X. And we'll do this. Do this. So we could see clearly that through the shapes of these characters that they all define different types of things. And I'm going to go and demonstrate with a blue highlight. Let me go very intense blue. Very intense blue. All right. Tiny line. Yep, there we go. So let's go and show you how these silhouettes are cast. Just go like this. Pyro has like high shoulders. He has a tiny head, pretty much. Baggy pants. Tiny feet. And thus you see the shape start taking place here. As we see for the Medic, different shapes are used. So whereas the Pyro has like a more rotund body, the Medic has more of a leaner body, more pencil shape. But also at the same time, he has the lower cape, which goes out as a big arrow, saying, "Look at me, I'm a medic." Once again, I'm not doing the inside of his legs. I'm only doing the outside. Another important thing are his gloves. Now, obviously, it doesn't fall into the silhouette itself, but when in color, you could tell who it is. It's a medic. Now, going back to concept, he has higher shoulders, he has a higher neck, higher head. Heavy, big, he's big. He has a tiny head. But you can still tell that he is forkin' massive. Easily defined hands, muscular, giant rotund body for giant man. Scrawny looking, weird looking legs. Essentially, giant monkey body. Charge me, doctor. Yes. The one on the right has very triangular, rotund shape, so it feels more friendly, but also more pointy and dangerous. If all your characters are unique, they can be extremely simplified. For example, these two Robo Dudes could easily be recognized from T and A. Yes, very true. If you go up here, you could see the fact that even in the simple shapes of what we have here, you could say that this shape right here, it's kind of like a gigantic triangle that goes like this. Or if we want to go and use a shape like what you said, it can be a giant letter T. Giant letter T. With 2 dots under it. And then even this guy over here, even though he is square, you could still clearly see the fact that there is a triangle up here, as well as also there is a little bit of a arrow going up like this. So you see like 2 arrows, and then even up at the top you see a upside down arrow. Simple shapes, simple shapes. And then if we go back down to the TF2 mercs, we could go and see our shape concepts take place, where we got these shapes going on. So watch this. You got a circle, you got a square, or a triangle in this case. Triangle, and this guy would be a square. More like a giant upside down trapezoid, but you get the idea. But generally, let's go back to our mushroom guy now. So we already discussed about silhouettes. We already discussed about what this guy does. And now let's go and discuss about what our mushroom guy does. So, mushroom guy, let's go and describe him. So, I thought about mushrooms. So, what is he? First off, robot master. Same thing. So let me just go and copy this. Prerequisite OC. Copy. Pasta. That's not it. That's pasting from somewhere else. Pasta. There we go. Robot master. So what is he? He's a robot master. This concept, what does he do? He's a mushroom. Yes, you can say, what does he do? He's a mushroom. It's a good enough answer to go and just move on to something else. What can he do? Kind of a deal. He can, let's say, regulate mushrooms. Maybe regulate mushrooms. Maybe gardening. Put a question mark next to that. Now, also, so other things I wanted to do. I wanted to go and make sure that for his background, I wanted to make sure forest, nature, fungus, right? Nature, fungus, and I wanted him to just be based on just mushroom. Now, as for naming concept, I was thinking mycelium man, i.e. mycelium. He regulates mushrooms. Marissa would hate that guy. Well, I mean, I could essentially just make him Marissa. But other things as I wanted to do, I wanted him to have a little bit of a twist on him. So I wanted him to have added concepts. Like, for example, I want him to be based on like a chimney. Based on a chimney. A chimney is essentially a type of Japanese yokai. Japanese yokai that's just known for being a scavenger of dead corpses. Much like how mushrooms like to go and eat dead things, a chimney likes to go and eat dead things too. Now, that's also the name of a Touhou character, but at the same time, ignore that fact. Other things is kind of just like, so, mushrooms and a chimney would kind of cross paths. So essentially, I just kind of made a little bit of a yokai mushroom in a sense. He puts taxes on mushrooms. Yeah, there you go. Gotta regulate them spores. Don't. The IRS will like to know about your sporing activity.
Ugh. But generally, I combined all those concepts together for both characters. And I put them all in to go and make the two characters that you see here. And that's what you got. And that's how you generally design a character from scratch. So we ignoring the elephant in the room? What's the elephant? Where is it? Where's the elephant? What, right here? Right here? You talking about that elephant? There's no elephant in this room. There's no war in Ba Sing Se. The Touhou yokai. I mentioned that. Now, the thing is that at the same time, it doesn't have to be Touhou. This is generally just Mega Ming. It's Mega Ming. But like I said, this is the concept that I went with, and it's kind of like I have two different concepts. One is of technology, and the other one is of nature. And I kind of, like, when it came to designing both of them, I had a split decision. It's like I had one cool concept in my mind, and I had another cool concept in my mind. And so I decided to go and make both. Now, are these like the final idea? Probably not. Can I do more with them? Probably. Oh, there are some mushrooms that eat radiation. Is this a Doom Yaoi? No. See the door on the left and walk out. Let me see. For what you said is either cringe. Crunge. Now, like I said, trying to recollect my thoughts. The two character concepts that you see right here are what I had in mind, both following the exact same questions and concepts of which I presented earlier. That being on this sheet of which you see right here. And pretty much following the criteria of which I had up here is how I got these two guys. Granted, it's not like I'm doing the full drawing concept thing live, but it's best to go and have a full concept ready to go in the event case that I would stammer and halt the lesson because, oh, I need to go and think a little bit too hard. This is much better for that. Anyways, great googly moogly, Batman. Great boogly moogly to you indeed. Wouldn't say Doom Yaoi, more like Symbiotic Yaoi. What in the world? Ship it back to China and deem it a refund. Okay. But generally with that, if anyone else has any questions on this, we can, I could try and answer. If not, we can go and try and, I'll go and do a BRB, and we can move on to our next part, which I think our next part could probably either be a little bit of drawing requests, or I could go and, do an example of refinement, I'm going to use this guy because he seems like an easy guy to draw. This guy, he's a little bit hard. It's kind of like the meme. It's like, you look easy to draw. You know, that kind of a deal. So, when I get back, we'll go and answer that question. So I'm going to go and take a couple of minute break, and I'll be right back with you guys. Stay tuned, stay patient. Oh, I'm late, but why is the cloak translucent? The cloak is translucent to go and demonstrate showing what is underneath the clothing. That was for a proof of concept point. Now, I'll be right back. Stand by. Oh, okay. All right, we're back. All right, so with that, we have discussed about our how to go and design a character from scratch kind of ordeal, and how to go and get the concept out on paper. Now, do any of you guys have any further questions relating to character concepting and how to go and design a character from scratch? If you do, please feel free to go and ask, because then I could go and return to the tablet and we could do some quick doodles relating to said question. Teacher, my classmate hid in my backpack. I can't help you with that. Maybe we should go and look for it. Could you explain a bit about simplification? Since some designs have to be redrawn over and over and over again, it's often better to have simpler designs. Teacher, how do we get a full moon in space? Alright, so the most relevant question seems to be simple designs. So let's go to tablet. That was my main. So, simple design. So I guess we could go and take our mushroom guy. We'll go and take our mushroom guy. He seems to be our mook of the day. So I'm going to take him. I'm going to copy him. Let's go and move him over downward. If we remember, we also have a silhouette that we have to go and pay attention to. So in order to go and keep our character with the idea in mind, let's go and move our silhouette down. So say our character concept, it's too complex. There's too much stuff on him, right? Let's go and try and simplify him. How would we simplify him? The answer is by just simply reducing features. So for example, well, maybe I don't want this like 3D extra depth stuff going on him. Maybe I should reduce him a little bit. Maybe I don't need the overcover on him. Maybe I don't need these little tiny vents or anything like that. So how about I just go and remove all this? How about I just go and draw him again and I make him a little bit more simple? So let's do that. Let's make him simpler, shall we? So I'm just going to start like this. And I still want to keep, there's things I want to keep on him. I want to keep the shape of his hands. I want to go and keep the hat. I want to keep his boots. His boots look unique. And pretty much everything else I could go and change or reduce. So let's do that. So it's kind of like this. So I just want to reduce the features. Things that just seem like fluff, unnecessary fluff. Even like maybe this ridge, I could get rid of it. I could just make it a full curve. And then I want to keep the spots on there. Because, you know, it's mushrooms. Mushrooms are mushrooms. They always have spots on them. At least cartoony ones do. Or maybe his eyes. His eyes are a little bit too complicated to draw, you know. I want to keep the spherical shoulder connections. But I don't want to put that little extra stuff on here, you know, because we're reducing features, in a sense. Because when it comes to reducing features, it's kind of just like, if your character design... Let me pull back. The event of where you would want to go and reduce your character design is if you're doing one of two things. You A, want to simplify your character so it'd be easier to draw, or two, your character is overcluttered. Overcluttered means just like, so say your character has like so many tiny details on it that drawing the character itself is a chore. Simplifying character just means just like, okay, maybe I put a little bit extra on it, and maybe I want to remove a little bit from it. Granted, they both result in the end product, but it's more like what leads you to that point of wanting to reduce. So, let's continue on. So I want to go and keep his torso the same way, but at the same time, let's say I don't want to go and draw this connection right here. I just want to fuse it together. I don't want to draw the what do you say, the super bloomers, I guess. So let's go and do this. And then we go and do his boots. And then also it's kind of like, oh, well, he's supposed to have like, his legs are supposed to be like made out of wood, almost. Like having like a wood pattern, like a wood bark pattern. Because, you know, mushrooms, they grow on bark. Or they grow easiest on bark, in wood. But what I want to do is, like, I just want to go and just reduce them even further. So I could just do this. Just connect them together. Oh, I keep his little sandal definition on there. So all I need to do is just keep the line. And then follow it up right here, go up like that. Still do the lines. You can still do the lines. And then after that, I still want to keep this. I want to keep this little core thing, but I don't want to go and do like the full detail of it, right? So I just do just a little in circle. Hands, gotta be the same. I'm gonna move them over though. Oh, I get some space. And then I still want to go and keep his big fingers on there because they look cool. You know, it adds to his shape, his silhouette. It's part of his silhouette in a way. His eyes. We could probably keep them the same. But I don't want to do this like particular design, so I can just do like this. And there you go. It's essentially just shaving them down to his basic elements, but also at the same time, let me go and move this so I can single them out. It still has the same silhouette applied to him. Let me get rid of these red lines. I don't really need these. Come on, there we go. All I need to do is scroll right here. Granted, he loses his shoulder blades, but you can still see that it applies to the lines. Mushroom, yes. I feel like he needs a more human-like face to, oh. Let me see. I feel like he needs to have a more human-like face to fit the Mega Man aesthetic. Not necessarily. There have been Mega Man bosses in the past that have not had human faces. I can show you two examples from memory. One is Blade Man from Mega Man 10. Legitimately, his head looks like this. That's Blade Man's head from Mega Man 10. And then we also got some crazier designs like Frog Man, or Toad Man, I mean.
remember, it goes like this. I mean, granted, these are just the simple shapes of those Robot Masters, but generally, yeah, there's also Dustman who looks like this, who has a gigantic vacuum cleaner on top of his head. Because the thing is, like, yeah, you could try and give them a human face, but at the same time, they are still robots, so it's kind of just like, they don't necessarily need to have a human face. With the exception of some. Obviously, like, characters like Quickman is a good example of just, like, having a humanoid face. Where it's like, if we were to draw, like, the original, like, Quickman art style, in the original Mega Man art style. Remember, the V goes down like this, goes up like that. Space does not have a cheek extension. Because I mean, you got your generic like robot style faces, but also you got your people style faces too. I mean, hell, like you even got like Airman. Like let me see. All right, Airman. It's like this, big circle, little head on top. He has big pauldron shoulders. Air vents. Bro doesn't even have a mouth. But he does have a lower torso. Because there's always been like these amalgamous robot masters in the past. Even as a recent as Mega Man 11. So it's kind of just like you got all these like amalgamous types of robot masters, but then you got your people robot masters too. So there's also a dude with metal spikes on his head. Metal spikes on his head. You might be thinking of like one of the Mega Man killers from 9. But generally, it's kind of like that. That's why I decided to go with this type of face. But granted, if I were to make him like a lot more classic, he could always have like the open mouth with
with that, because the Sparkman had a face like this, as well as also Brightman did too. Something tells me it's called Metal Man. No. Metal Man had like a face shield and funny little kunai ears, and then people mistaken him for being a dentist because of his funny little head thing. Needleman and Needleman and Magma Man are also good examples of amalgamous shape. Yes, they are. Let me see Needleman from memory, if I remember. Because Needleman legitimately just looks like a freaking piston. With giant pauldrons. Like, he kind of looks like this. Which, ironically enough, he does not have instant death spikes. Legitimately, just Needleman is just a walking torso. He's kind of like comparable to like the Sentry Buster in a way, because he kind of looks like one. If you know what the Sentry Buster is from like Team Fortress 2. If you remember, he has 2 dots right there, and then legs. Yes, here we are, drawing Robot Masters from memory. I spelled Magma Man as Magna Man. Oh no. Well, I mean, there is Magnet Man, which Magnet Man has a very like traditional design similar to Metal Man, where it's like this, where you got like the human shape head. So let's go and do like the... He has like the motorcycle style helmet. You go and pull it out forward. Actually, not more like the motorcycle helmet. I would say more like the Super Sentai design. And then after that, he has like the big magnet on his head. Here, let me also get his ears on. See, that's more like how Magnet Man is designed in the sense. I think he also... No, he doesn't have the dot on his head. That's Metal Man that has it. Can we get, like, Evil Frog as Evil Swako? Spell magma like the books. I'm just now wondering why Mega Man X bosses have unique names, some like Shell Penguin, Armored Armadillo, Storm Eagle, while Classic Mega Man falls under Man, like Blockman and Cutman. It's just because of the fact that the Mavericks are based on animals, and the creator of Mega Man X decided to go with more flamboyant names, more flamboyant naming scheme than just Man.
It's crazy how clean your lines are. It needs a lot of confidence to make them so smoothly. I would say my line work is 50% smooth, in my personal opinion. Pure eye drawing. Bro looks at the front part of a plane. Yeah. There's also a dude with metal spikes on his head. Yeah, I read that one. Dustman. Holy, is that a mushroom guy I've been seeing in my dreams who's been keeping me awake? No, I'm not crazy. I'm not crazy enough for rats. Oh, okay. Just turns to rats. Rat posting. Man. The power of two-man. Yes. I mean, hell, you want to know for one of the crack concepts? One of the crack robot master concepts from the past? Mega Man 5. Man, Mega Man 5. Watch this. It's like freaking Charge Man. Yeah, you know Charge Man? What do you think when you think about Charge Man? What do you think? You think like a horse or something like that? Like something that's going to charge at you, right? Maybe a professional sprinter. You know, something like Quick Man, right? So we got to get his face on first. Because there was just like, oh, well, you gotta go when you design a robot master, you gotta think of like well, it's gotta be like a person, right? Not necessarily. Some dude at Capcom, when designing the robot masters, they were just like, robot master, Charge Man. You know what a Charge Man might look like? What if he looked like a freaking train? And only his head was the train. I shit you not. This is legit. Here, let me finish him up very quick. And then he has an angry face. Yeah, see, it's Tom's the Tank Engine's angry cousin, Charge Man. What if you just draw a hyper-realistic train, just a train on top of a cartoon body? Yes. Let me go and find an image of Charge Man. Mega Man 5. Charge Man. Yep, there he is. Let me try again. Granted, this is all from memory, but here he is. Like I said, so at Capcom legitimately said, you know, what if we just like what if we just take the trade and make it the man? How important is silhouette? How important are silhouettes in recommended physically designing a character? I would say very important, because even when it comes to a ridiculous design like Charge Man right here, not every day are you gonna think of a character like this. And the fact that this character stuck with me this long, like the last time I ever thought about Charge Man, I think I was probably in the 9th grade. So just like, let me go fish that from my deep memories. Yes, but Charge Man is legitimately just what if trade for head. But how important are silhouettes? I would say that important, because watch, all you need to do
you don't even need to think about the rest of his body. All you need to think about is like legitimately his head, because this crack concept is so crazy, so out of left field. Like, yeah, sure, you get the generic Mega Man shaped body, but then you get this. Like, no other character is going to have this silhouette. So if you want to say how important are silhouettes, just look at this crazy dude. And there you go.
It's a charge man. And it's just like anytime you see it, you're just like, oh, it's that guy. It's that guy. But even when it comes to more, it's kind of like even with these guys, right? When you come to silhouettes, like you're going to recognize what Airman is, because Airman is a very unique shape to him. Let's go and bring in Airman, shall we? Airman. He's a little chopped off, but it's okay. Let me see. Yeah, so we got Airman right here. I put his gun on the wrong hand, but that's okay. But yeah, you get someone like Airman, and you instantaneously recognize that type of design and shape schema. It's like, alright, it's that dude. That kind of ordeal. Let's see. Man, I have an OC that's just a hand. Yeah, just a hand. Airman and Needleman are very similar. Let's see. Needleman. Oh, look at that. I got his concept wrong. That's okay. We could get things wrong. But yeah, just drawing characters from memory. That's what it's really about at that point. But yeah, you see Needleman right here. If we were just going, just reshape him up so he matches up with his concept. He does not have needles here. Actually, wait. I could just cut them. Cut. Control X. Cut. That's color. Cut. Control X. There we go. Now you just correct the lines. In fact, also, he has, like, eyes inside his eyes. It's kind of funny. Why am I coloring him blue? I don't need to color blue. I know he's blue, but... doesn't have a design on it, on his underwear. I don't know what you call it. I just call it underwear. It always looked like underwear to me. It's kind of like what the luchadors wear, I guess. But yeah, you see on how he looks. It's like, yes, he is very evil. He calls people poopy. Okay, evil man. He's just a dude, but he steals candy from babies and stuff. Correctamundo. But before getting lost in the weeds of any further drawing Robot Masters from memory or talking about Charge Man, any other questions that you guys have relating to character concepting? Any further questions? As I'm willing to go and make my best attempt at trying to answer them. So, because if not, I'll go and put up to a poll. Oh, he owns shares in Apple? Oh dear. Yeah, I'll go and put it up to a poll to go and see if to whether refine the mushroom guy or do a couple like 2 requests. So that's what I'll do. let's see. Let's go and put it up to a vote, shall we? So let's see. Here we go. Here we go. Start a poll. Poll time. Refine mushroom. Or Touhou request. Plural. Touhou requests. That means there's 2 requests to be made. Start poll, go. Give it a minute. We'll give it a minute. My OCs are all non-human. How can I make their silhouettes more distinct? Hats. The answer is very much if they're non-human. Like, what? Like, are they animals? Because if they're animals, the best way on how you could do it is by shaping their fur, how their limbs are shaped, how beefy they can be, or how scrawny they could be, like that kind of a deal. Hats. Refine the mushroom. No monsters. All monster. Well, monsters. Hats is a wild suggestion. Fantasy monster. Well, a fantasy monster is kind of like to your liking, to your own imagination is what limits it. So essentially, it's kind of like if I have like a cryptid, I'm trying to design a cryptid. I could give it the most unique shape possible. So as long as it follows the concept of what I have and what it does. Monsters are normally made to go and fulfill a concept in mind. So that's what most monster concepts are. Fantasy monster. Do you start with basic shapes and then add details? For the mushroom guy, I did. I can definitely say I did basic shapes and then added details afterwards. In fact, if I were to demonstrate to you, creatures. Yes, creatures. Like for example, you could see right here in the concept, the concepting phase, you could kind of see it even through a silhouette where I just like did a square first for his head, and then I did another square. I did a half ellipse. His torso, just another square. I did cylinder right here. Cylinder right here. And then his legs, more cylinders. 2 triangles. And then his pelvis, I drew another square and then I just connected everything. Kind of like that. That's how I did like the basic shapes, and then you already start seeing it take shape in a way. It also looks like refining the mushroom is going to be the selection for today. All right then. Let's see. Yeah, I'm not going to give any extra time. There we go. It's refining the mushroom then. We're going to be refining the mushroom. So let's see. Just give your Cthulhu-esque horrors funky hats. I mean, if you want. If you want, you can. It's kind of like just... Wait. Let me see that. So, it's like... You got Cthulhu right here. Let's go and draw a quick Cthulhu. Let me get my Cthulhu on. There we go. We are Cthulhu right here. All right, so we got our Cthulhu. Give him some funny hands, but then what if you give Cthulhu a hat? Copy, pasta. Wait for it. Magic will happen. Make him blue first. Magic
will happen in 3, 2, 1. There. He now has a hat. Call him the Hat People. Monsters made out of hats. The epitome of Team Fortress 2. Anyways, monsters made out of hats. A hat that is a monster. Well, I mean, if a hat that is a monster, that would just be like, so say you just like take something like a top hat and you just do like this. Like, nom nom nom. You like open up the top of the hat and you go like mouth, teeth. You can put the little tongue in there. And then maybe on the brim of the hat. Like something like that, right? You know, like monster hat. Top hat, yeah. Propeller hat, yes. Cthulhu, 15% more relatable now. Hell yeah. Anyways, so what we're going to go and do, I'm going to go and take our mushroom guy right here, and we're going to go and bring him into, wait for it, we're going to Clip Studio Paint now. So I'm going to go and save this. This is all going to be saved. Alright, let me go and open up Clip Studio. Oh, you're going to get a little bit of that in your feed. There we go. Let's not put that in there. There we go. Let's move that down. We're going to go and let's go and take our character concept. We're going to go and take him into here. I'm going to first, let's go and remove our nuclear guy. We don't need him for right now. We could come back to him later if necessary. Just gonna just get rid of him. We're only focusing on the mushroom. Edit, transform, change canvas size. Scroll down to about here. Change canvas size. That's change image resolution. Change canvas size. Alright, and I'm going to go and expand the image resolution. I'm going to change everything to 300 dpi. We're going to go and expand our canvas size to a good 5,000. We'll do 5,000. 5,000. Alright. And then what I'm going to do, I'm going to go and extend the canvas. Canvas, canvas, canvas. Where are you at? Canvas, canvas. Go. So we have chosen to go and work with this dude. So we're going to call him Mycelia Man. Mycelia Man. 5,000 canvas size kills my laptop. Can you wear a guitar as a hat? I'm sure someone can. Can we talk about hats instead of art? Nonsense. This is not a hat stream. This is an art stream. Alright. I'm gonna lock that. I'm gonna go on actually transparency him. And obviously since we're working in a different program, now we're working with layers. So now we have layers to go and deal with. Fun, fun. Go and put this under. Alright, so we got this. And what I'm going to go and do, I'm going to just go and simple. We're going to go and steal his shape. I'm going to go and just trace over his concept, I think. I might trace over it. Let me think. Let me see. Well, I mean, I'm going for concept purposes. So I just want to get the concept out. I want to get the idea out. I want to go and make sure that he looks all nice and set. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go over his line work. We're going to go improve his detail. I'm going to bring my size up to 20. G-pen still. We'll go with still. Alright, so Just simple. I'm just going to go and trace over him very quick, and then we go and refine him afterwards. So, let's see. Since I have existing line work, I know I can go with. I know what I need to work with too. And then all the rounding out and whatnot can be done on a different layer. Alright, and then I want to just go right here, go up and around. So what I'm going to do is that once I get this extracted line work from this guy, I'm going to go over him again, and I'm going to add on more detail to go and flesh out his design more and refine his line work. Before anyone asks, yes, tracing is a viable technique so as long as it is on your own art. We as artists tend to trace over our work all the time. What is framework to begin with? I'm going to just change the shape of that finger. There we go. Adding more depth to him this time. Notice I'm not doing like a one-to-one on the tracing. I'm tracing, but I'm also adding on some things at the same time. Also trying to go in minor corrections to the line work. Might separate the head in order to go and get a better grasp on the rest of his body. Now, granted, once I'm done with this guy, I will submit him to the contest. Granted, I'm not sure if I'm going to win or not. I don't think I will. But more of a matter of just the idea of like someone in the professional sphere took a look at my doodle and said, hey, that's cool. Next! But that's life. Not going to win all the time. Can't hanker on it. Can't let it get you down. It's always something that's you're probably going to succeed at. Just don't know when. Let's see. Tracing a picture of my own hand because the hand position and stuff is hard to do. Let's see. What about super realistic hands? Tracing a picture of my own hand because the hand position and stuff's hard. That's a viable technique. That I very much approve of that. Anything to go and get your idea out. Because what matters is concept. as a note,
for the art competition, the Mega Man art competition, if we look at an example... Oh, let me get this thing out of the way. It's telling me about cookies. Fine, I'll allow all cookies, you bastard. But if we were to go and show an example of this, so watch this. So we do this. I show you this. When it comes to making a concept of a character, you do not need to be good at drawing. You can make your character look like this. And then after that, someone can redefine it and redesign it in order to make it look, wait for it, like this. So pretty much, once again, when it comes to the concepts, you don't necessarily need to be good at drawing, so as long as you get the idea out. So, let me see. Alright. Grippy Man. Yes, Grippy Man, but for some reason they changed it into a giant vacuum tube arm. But I'm going to just go and remove those out because those are just there for concepts. Just for examples.
Let us get back into our main section of today. Also, this can fall back into the previous lesson of what we were talking about when it came to LOD and level of detail when it comes to making a drawing high quality. What is defined as a higher standard of quality in a sense? More based on just how much effort you put into it. How much do you want to put in? How much enthusiasm do you have? Right now, my enthusiasm is pretty good. Right? And then we just go up and around. Defining his feet. I might want to make him a little bit wider up in the front because he's going to be looking like he's wearing sandals. And once again, it's like even when you name the Robot Master, it might not even be the final name that you stick with. For all we know, right now I'm calling him Mycelia Man. He might be called Kinoko Man down the road. You never know. Those crazy Japanese people, you never know. There we go. Then after that, we go and put the little connectors right here. I don't need to go and take his eyes because we're going to go and give him a better face when we bring him over to the side. Alright. Do a quick scan over. Alright. And as we move him over, we remove all the dirt and whatnot. You already see something very different coming out of it. You see like refined lines and whatnot. So we're already in like step 1 of refinement. Alright, it's 4 a.m. Time to EP sleep. Alright, you have a good night, sir.
I know your time zone now. Wait, what do you mean? What do you mean? Jotun, I think you influenced me to draw round heads without chins. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. But here we go. So now we have this, and we no longer need this, but I will keep it there for example purposes. What I'm going to do, though, I'm going to just chop them off a little bit more. Get rid of that whiteness. There we go. That way it doesn't throw me off. Throw my tiny brain off. Just because, since this is just for concept art, he doesn't need to be in a complex pose. So, the current pose that he's in is pretty much good enough for trying to go and display a good amount of detail. Because when it comes to refinement, so now that we're in refinement, questions that we need to go and ask ourselves is pretty much, what is the amount of detail that we need on the character? How much detail we need on the character? And does the detail apply to the character, work with the character in concept? Also, is it easy to draw? For you, not for me. So, let's get started on doing another phase. This time we're going to go thinner line work. I'm going to go thinner line. So I'm at 20. I'm going to go to 10. 10. Let me see how thin is this. Yep, there we go. And what we're going to go and do, we are going to get started on... Let's see, what do we want to focus on first? I want to focus on his hat. His mushroom hat. So, maybe a little thinner. 5, 6, 7. We'll do 7. I'm going to just go all the way around, because we're going to use some masks here. And I don't even want to draw these just yet. I want to just go all the way through and get his shape. I want to get his silhouette all the way down. There we go. Let me do a little flippy with tippy. All right, there we go. Snap eraser. Let's go and clear that up. That's all in shape. Drag it back. Granted, I'm no professional when it comes to drawing. I just like to say I'm good enough. Alright, so next what I'm going to do is going to get our major hemline going on. Do another line right here. Bring it up higher. Alright, so now we got our under shape. Maybe I want to go and make it more like a perfect circle. So what I can do, I could probably try and copy pasta this. Let's see. Copy pasta that. Flip it around. See, this is where a little bit of what I like to call perfectionism comes in play. Now you're trying... It's kind of like where you're like, oh, you know what you're drawing. You know what your character looks like. Now it's time to go and try and lock in and visualize your character in full. I want to do that. There we go. me see if I can get this. Bring that around town. Bada bing. Golly, can't wait to watch this Touhou channel draw Touhou stuff. He drew Mega Man stuff. Yes. True. Very true. Well, I mean, if there was a Touhou contest, yeah. But, I mean, if you also want to see me draw Touhou stuff, you could always go back to one of my older streams. I'd probably say the previous stream where I was drawing some Touhou stuff. So, there it is. You get Touhou stuff on the previous streams. Alright, so next I'm going to go and just draw these circles. I'm going to get some good looking circles. Comes out leg shape. There we go. And then on the inside, I'm going to go and put the little tiny power core doodads that you normally see on most Mega Man bosses. There we go. Ironically enough, in the past, we did have a mushroom theme Reploid, but that was for Mega Man X4. I think it's about time that we had a mushroom themed Robot Master instead. Yes. Try and get that circle up there. If you are starving to go and see Touhou drawings, I would recommend that you should probably try drawing it yourself. Because, in all instances, drawing is open to everyone. And much like how drawing is open to everyone, people are open to draw whatever they want. So, in that case, much like me wanting to go and draw Mega Man stuff right now, you wanting to draw Touhou stuff can also do the same. See, let's go and pull this shape around. Keep it a little consistent. Come on. Come on. There we go. Go this side. Gotta bring a low. Also gotta follow that curvature. If I do on this side. Sometimes my left hand wants to go and be magnetized to other line work. Kinda gets a little annoying. You see that dip? Unnecessary dipping. It should just be a straight line. Or a good curve. Maybe if I go from the opposite direction. There we go. It's still a little shaky, but it's definitely better than what I was doing previously. Definitely better. Alright. So what I'm going to do next... How does this look when I flip it? Yippers. Alright, let's go and put that on a different layer. I'm going to do his head next. Now his head, we're going to need... probably a perfect square, maybe. I want to draw my both. What? My BOTH. My both. my goth. I don't know. I want to draw something of my arms. Oh, I want to draw both of my arms. Hurts after a long day. Oh, I want to draw both of my arms hurt after a long day. I don't know why that drew me for a little bit of a brain moment. I was like, oh, I don't know. I can't read that. Is anyone here? Yes. Yes. All right, let's continue on. That is an eraser. Can't draw with an eraser. I could draw with a G pen, though. No. I'm going to copy this and bring it to the other side. No. I don't want to do that. I want to copy you and bring it to the other side. How are we looking over here? Yeah. That should be locked. Alright, so we don't have a perfect line, but I can make it a perfect line. Drag it out. Refinement is key right now. So, we don't have much room for having scrawny, not good looking line work. I'll copy pasta my lines in order to go and make sure that everything gets in place properly. There we go. Our hat is where? Oh, okay. That's an extra piece of line work that I didn't need. Cool. But I do need this. It's hard to write because of the pain. Oh man, that sucks. I know what arm pain feels like. Trust me, I have dealt with many a cramps and spasms in my time. They're not the fun things to deal with, let me tell you that for sure. Sometimes you're just sitting there, and then all of a sudden your back just says, hey, I'm going to flip out. And you're like, wait, what do you mean? And then all of a sudden your spine contorts itself, and you're turned into a knot. Literal pretzel energy. Today, I'm pretzel shaped. Your body says, yes. Your brain says, no, I disagree to being pretzel shaped, and too bad, it happens anyways. And then you're in pain for like 6 hours, 6 to 8 hours. Maybe even the entire day, maybe even a week. It's terrible. Alright, let's get this upper curve on. I might need to drag those lines up higher. Now I can perform a cutoff. I don't need an extra curve right there because it's going to be a flat connection. There we go, that's good enough. So I want to put enough care into it where I can feel like, oh yeah, this is still a cool concept. But at the same time, I can be relaxed enough to know that it will be a disposable concept. Because I am not sure if it'll win or not. It's just how it goes. Just how it goes. You never know. If it does win, that'd be crazy. But at the same time, who knows? We can hope. We can dream. But most importantly, we can meme. Let's see. My left arm recovered a bit, but it hurts to extend the right arm to reach the keyboard. It hurts more when I try to replace the movements I make when I draw. I think it could be because you're shrimping too hard. How to go and fix that is do like chuggy arm movements. That means just like move your arms back and forth, up and down, and then like do like a long stretch, trying to go and stretch out your back and whatnot. That's how I normally fix that. It goes away after a while, unless if you like crick your neck and then everything goes numb. Then I don't think that's gonna go away for a while. Not to send you into a stir or anything. I'm gonna go and try and get his head in here. Is that? Oh, that's not. Oh. You have to go this way. It's a little bit awkward shape, but that's okay. I should really get drawing. I have 12 out of my 25 characters to draw. That's a lot of characters. Okay, me back. Alright, welcome back. Go. Go. Let's get an extra right there. Creating a little ridge. That's his head. Let's go and make his ears next. Maybe add some extra depth to his head. Try again. See, as I say there we go, but at the same time I'm like trying to go and actuate my thoughts as I complete a section every time. It's like, it looks nice, but does it look nice? Not my standards. And then after I had to go back to fix it. Riding on the broken streets hurts a lot afterwards. Oh, I see. Because I had to go to a place riding my bicycle, but they gave me the wrong direction. I ended up in a whole different place I've never visited and had to go uphill and return. Also today, the sun was too strong today. The sun was rather strong today. It was like 80 degrees where I'm at. Rather warm, I do say myself, for a winter. And apparently it's going to be a warm Christmas. For me, at least. Not sure for you guys. It'll be warm Christmas for me. Because very hot in Arizona. But I'm okay with that. I'd rather be warm than freezing, because I don't like the cold. There you go. It's summer here? Ah, I see. For me, where I'm at, it only just started, like, technically turning fall where I'm at. Do vampires count as human or no? It's kind of like a human body shape, but
you could count it as human in a way. I mean, think about someone like Remilia Scarlet from Touhou Project. I think all I need to do is take this, copy that. Should be able to flip it. I don't need the front shape, I just need that curve. Right about there. Right. Cut that off right there. Cut that off right there. Pull that out. Oh, no, no, no. Delete that. That. Yeah.
Let's see. You make that 22 non-human? I would not know. That would be your own personal designation on that. The heat is my weakness because of my fast metabolism. I prefer the winter. Damn. Damn.
A winter lover. You and I, we are clearly not the same. Alright, let's get moving on this. So I want to trim that. Push it down. There you go. I want to go and get right there. All the way around. Come right back up.
How's it look? It's a little bit pulled back. We could fix that though. Go down. Oh no, I don't want to do that. There we go. Oh, bye-bye there. All right, you have a good one. You have a good one. A useful thing I learned a long time ago, it's that also to use the shoulder to draw. Yes, you can use the shoulder to draw when it comes to pushing lines. It's also best that when focusing real hard on doing like a straight line, it's best to go and articulate your breathing. That means just like holding your breath. Or taking a deep breath while drawing, like, or breathe out, just like stuff like that, and then you get that nice crisp line work that follows up. I just breathed in some snot because I'm getting my allergens are back. The allergies, they're back to haunt me. Get that nice circle. Get a nice circle. By using an existing circle. And then we can just stomp it out. You know, tap it out. There we go. push that forward. It's gonna look like a nice little button sitting right there on his chest. But then I'm also gonna sink it in a little bit. That way it gives it like that nice little core look. Oh, Miku is still not in the item shop? Guys, I hope I have enough for the Christmas Miku skin for Fortnite. Oh, let's see. Well, I wish you luck on that pool. I mean, that's gotcha at that point. I can't get you gotcha. Let's see how I want to do this. I'm going to start from here on the shoulder and then pull it down right here. A straight fusing line right there, and then we could go and add some extra detail like maybe a little divot right there to go and show like, oh yeah, it's a fuse area. But first, let's go and continue on extra line work. He has these vents on his sides. And then all I need to do is copy, paste, and I can enlarge. Or maybe, no, I could draw them again. I could just do it like this. It's like, go up and around. Try it again, try it again. It's always a different strategy. All yielding different results. There we go. Clip Studio, and it's stupid copy pasting with vectors, I swear. Nope. Come on. Grab that. There we go. Gotta wrap it around more. That way it fits in with the rest of the body. I should probably turn these though. That way they fit in and point towards that. Alright, let's go back. We'll do it again. We'll do it again. We'll do it live. Go. Transform mesh selection. Wrong. You'd be wrong. Let's see. My luck in gacha is either very bad or very good. There's no in between. I thought it was going to be free for the Winterfest. You'd be crazy to think that a gacha game's just gonna give you free stuff. You gotta pay for that, man. You gotta pay for it. The gacha never gives it to you willy-nilly. Those wondrous modern gaming surprise mechanics, as some of those wondrous game developers like to say sometimes. I love my surprise mechanics in my games. Totally. Alright. We'll just copy you, paste you, do a manual movement. trying to fit his round body. Oh, hello there. Today's my birthday. Well, happy birthday if it is your birthday. If it is your birthday, happy birthday. Always be suspicious. Alright. One of the things I can do, and now I think about it, I could just... Wait, let me get rid of that. I could always just cut off the top section of his body like this in order to make that section look like a mushroom more. Be like that. Maybe. I'll think about that. If I want to, I could change that. But for now, we continue on. Right now we're designing a robot master for a contest. So that's what we're doing right now. Come on. Well, one of the things I can say about this contest that is more enjoyable is that this contest will be settled by judges. Judges that will look at the concepts and decide whether said concept is acceptable or not. I prefer that. I like that. Because most art contests that I have participated in the past never really had judges. What they had were essentially popularity polls for art. And one of the issues I have with that is that even though art, what is considered good art, is in the eye of the beholder, it comes to an issue when it comes to deciding what is the best of quality. At the same time, you can say, oh, it's kind of like, oh, these people, a bunch of people wanted this art more than that art. But if it's just random Joe Schmoes, you could say fair. But when it's coming to trying to judge who has the best quality, who has the best effort, who put the most thought and try hard their best on a work, I find it more fair that the judges have to also know about art, and that judges are better than just having Joe Schmo. Because if you have a Joe Schmo rate an artwork, they're probably going to go and rate some very, I'm going to say, low brow, low effort art that probably the guy who made the work didn't even intend for it to be good. It's kind of like trying to go and say, oh, it's an art contest, but Twitter has to go and decide who wins and who loses. It's like that kind of ordeal. I've had that a lot with some art contests in the past, and it normally doesn't end up well, because that means just like you could spend all the time in the world on trying to go and make a wondrous piece of art, only to go and be outdone by a crayon drawing of some doodle taking a shit. And let me tell you, when you're trying to compete, it can be very disheartening. And it's even worse if the judges are not into the type of work that you're doing, which makes sense to go and do categories in that sense. It's like, there should be an anime category, there should be a realism category, like that kind of ordeal. But in this case of this art contest, there is one category, and that one category makes sense. The category is Mega Man Robot Master. Plain, simple. Not much further discussion to be needed on it, and the judges is legitimately just the developers at Capcom. So. And that I find that fair in that sense.
Next is going to be his... Oh, I have an extra thing right here. What? Oh, you're on this layer? Cool. I can just get rid of you. Alright. Next is going to be his pants. Get into his pants. That around. And then we're going to go and intersect that right up here. Getting that line work straight. No, I'm not. There we go. Congratulations on surviving year. Maybe I'm looking at the wrong contest, but wasn't the suction arm required? Robo the thigh gap pandering, only the thirsty one's insane. Let me see. I don't think so. Let's see. What is this override open? Design robot. Oh, okay, yes. We're looking for designs for robot masters who have a right arm with immense suction powers. Okay, never mind then. So I guess we can add one then. Draw Mega Man fans, everlasting peace. Well, we can always come back and add on one. We can always add something to it, because I guess someone needs a suction thing. Well, if the suction arm is necessary, we can always do that. Thank you for telling me that. We can always change things up. Yeah. I guess they need a wind robot. Maybe that's why. Because I was always wondering, it's like, why is there so many concepts with a suction arm? Well, we could do that. Spores. Does it say... Wait, what does it say for specifically a... what? A right arm. Will my dyslexia take over me? Definitely not. Alright. Actually, in fact, you could probably say that the hands have suctions in them. But I could always just extend the arms out. So, but let's do that. Let's change it up then, shall we? Alright, let me see. So, let's see. Robot with a thigh gap. The pandering to the thirsty ones is insane. I'd probably say that a lot of them have that. Alright, so let me go and fix his legs. I don't want to add those little joints just yet. Because, I mean, if his whole purpose is to go and regulate mushrooms, obviously controlling spores is kind of important. Spores, they travel via the air. So, we could do that. Spores travel with wind. Make it a little different. Go. Yeah, because I was like looking around, I was like, why is everyone putting a tube arm on the robot? But then I was like, oh, now I get it. I had to look at the website. Apparently the website had the directions, the actual add-on directions to it. But with that, now we know. So I can give him. In fact, I could probably give him longer arms. We give our robot dude longer arms, and the vacuum tube thingamaboob. But he has to be a right arm, specifically right arm. I don't know why it does that sometimes. My pen, it betrays me. Actually, I'm going to straighten this up. There we go. Thankfully, I'm pretty good at designing on the fly and changing concepts on the fly. Defining as on the fly is just being on the move. That means as we go, we can update things. In fact, for all I know, he could probably do a frickin' Master Spark out of that thing. That'd be hilarious. One foot's a little bit of shit. Let's not do that. Let's fix that up. There we go. And then the inside could have a little tiny joint connection. It's gotta be his right arm, so it's gotta be this arm. That would be the R. Or would it be... Wait, let me check that again. Not there. This guy. Oh yeah, that's the correct arm. I'm just being dyslexic. Spores come out of his hat. His right arm sucks them back in. You know, that'd be a good idea, because I could put some little tiny hatches on his hat. Or little tiny circles that disperse them. Then he could smack you with the tube. Here, I'm gonna move him though. Let me see. Well, our line work's looking pretty clean right now, so. I'm gonna grab this guy. All the way up to there. So I'm gonna go back to the original line work. Yeah, I want to go back there. I want to copy you, drag you under. Make you red. Let me see. Does it specifically say just one arm or both arms? We're looking for a robot master who has a right arm with immense suction powers. Alright. Wait. Let me see again. Draw Mega Man fans for everlasting peace. Alright. Yeah. So I guess he doesn't necessarily mean he needs to have a long arm, but so as long as this arm is capable of doing suction ability. But I guess it could be demonstrated by just making his arms long. So I could probably make both of his arms do suction ability. So it'd be just both his left and right. In fact, what I can do is make his hands look like Enoki mushrooms. There we go. The little white button mushrooms. I'm going to increase this size back to 20. Get rid of his original arms. See, and now, oh, actually, I like this better, because I mean, granted, this design looked kind of cute. See, this one also still has like the cutesy, but it has a little bit more like a lanky and unique design. Because now he's no longer just like simple human shape. He now has like a, was it more of like a, what do you say, like a, this kind of shape going on to him. Very unique. I like this. I like this better, actually. Ironically enough. And then I could probably put something on his back. Maybe like a spore container. Yeah, something like that. Mushrooms! Yes. Alright, let's go back to that line work that we're working on. Oh, it appears I moved him too much on accident. Alright, I'm gonna go unlock that in place. Edit, tonal correction, mesh transform, pull it back. He looks more fungus with the lanky noodle arms. I think so. I think the direction of extending his arms and putting on the tubes what you say for the suction ability that he can have. I think that makes more sense now. It looks more befitting. Also, I could still make his arms look more fungus-like at the same time. Because you know, fungus, they're weird, they're lanky, they're kind of you know, they're mushrooms. They're peculiar. And also, that was a very easy fix. So, we like our easy fixes. Let's go and fix my shoulder. I'm going to decrease the size of my pen back to 7. Even the little vents right here, kind of like the ones he has up here. Alright, now we're done with his general body. You could go and lock these layers together. Right. Lock those. I'm gonna go back up. I'm gonna do his first arm. I would imagine that trying to go and fight a mushroom boss would actually be kind of difficult if you were a human, but I guess not as much if you're a Mega Man. I mean, he's a robot. But at the same time, I guess if they're super acidic spores or something like that, maybe then. Alright, and then... No, I want to do the other arm. I just want to do this arm first. Vector layer. No, I'm going to reposition that. Ooh, what did I grab? I grabbed something invisible. Oh, I grabbed this thing. Why am I grabbing that? That's so far under. I shouldn't be able to grab that. Oh well. Sometimes Clip Studio Paint, it messes up. And when it messes up, I get angry. I get angry. Alright, I'm gonna go in. Fix this very quick. So it's not correctly shaped. Edit. Mesh. Transform. Go back. There we go.
must be a really fun guy. Yes.
I did say that. I did say that. He must be. He has to be. He must be. If he's not, I want a refund. Oh, wait, I got an idea. Or, no. Let's have a generic connection, and then we could go with the more defined mushroom connection afterwards. Start from right here. Go this way. Come on, flip it around. There we go. Doesn't have to be 100% perfect, but I'm just trying to make it look good enough. Because when I get to the coloring phase, I do want to at least make an attempt at getting a little bit higher detail. Alright, so we got this line, this suction arm. I want it to be nice and sleek, so... Start right about here. It's a tube. Gotta get the tube connection. There we go. Try it again. Alright. Copy that. Not all the way. There we go. And then we could go and do that same type of width on the other side. His design really breaks the mold. Ah! I do my designs. That's gonna again need to have a connection right there. Let's move this arm, or the hand at least. Because then technically what you can do is I can make like the little mycelia that exists behind the mushroom to look like the turbines. Or to be turbines at least. You know, like the things that make the little engine go. Vacuums. It'd be better if I make a perfect circle or a circle, not a perfect circle. It's not going to be perfect. It'll be a good enough circle. Good enough. We take those. All right. Throw you up here. Copy pasta. Go back.
Start from the center. That's not how you go from the center. That's the Windows key. Right here. Go up. To about there. I'm gonna rotate you a little more. Taking a little bit with those, but that's okay. Jets suck, yes. Let's go and change our music up. Get these ads out of here. We don't need ads. Oh, it broke because the stupid ads want to play. They want to get in my way. They come, what are you doing in my day? Yeah, there we go. Get the Doki Doki Waku Waku and go. I don't think I need a second layer. No, I just need one layer. Yep. Blue, so I can track you. There we go. What I can do also is probably shrink his hands. What if I were to, theoretically, go smaller with his hands? No, he looks better with the big clunky hands. Big clunky hands look better. Go back to lock. Pop and lock. Lock and pop. Why is that like that? But okay. Where are you connected to? You're not telling me what you're connected to. There we go. That was weird. What the hell was that all about? Here, let me get rid of all this. Oh, wait a second. Is that double? It is double. Well, just merge the layer below then. Not like it's gonna double my line work or anything, or anti-aliasing. It's all vectors! It's all vectors! Doki Doki Waku Waku. Indeed! I do so say myself, it is very Doki and much Waku. I hope you are Doki and Waku while watching my streams. I mean, granted, it's not the most exciting stuff that I'm doing right now, but I hope you are learning in a way. I'm gonna go and do that. Shrink that. Delete you. Try it again. Right, and then what I can do this.
No, that makes sense. Come back, come back. Yeah, we'll keep moving. I just need to move it. Or maybe not. We'll go back one. We can rewrite those lines. Starting from down here, copy that, pasta that. I should be able to get done with the line work on this string, and then I'll be able, and then what I'll do is I'll probably come back either on Friday. No, not Friday. I'll probably come back on Sunday to do the coloring of it, and then if I get done with it early, we can do a request stream afterwards. Do a couple of requests. More Christmas requests since we're heading up to Christmas time. It'll be like Christmas gifts for you. Free Christmas gifts. As much most Christmas gifts are. So look forward to that, because I intend to probably finish this on stream. I don't think there's any rules as to saying that you can't draw it on stream. I heard that you cannot post the drawing on any other website other than Twitter. I know about that. Hopefully there's no disqualification for drawing it on stream. That would suck. Alright. You lock you. You copy you. Pull you down. Down again. Yep. Okay, snap eraser. All fine and dandy. That's something. Bada bing. It's not as curvy though. I'm sure I could fix that. If there was a liquefy tool in here, I'd definitely use that right now. not a perfect circle, but it's my kind of circle. Can we fix that kind of circle? No, it's gonna get fused to that because it flips to your pink. This is kind of retarded. There we go. Now it's not fixed. Let's go fix it. I am following the personal rule of the measure twice, cut once perspective of drawing. Hence, I will take forever in order to go and get this correct. Because that's just how I am. That's how I play. There we go. Alright, so that's pretty much one arm done. Let me see what does it look like without line work. Yeah. Just needs the fingers. Oh wait, I should put the fingers on a different layer. In case if I mess up on something, I don't want to have irreprehensible consequences to go and deal with. Irreparable. There you go. Not irreprehensible. Incomprehensible. I assume this will eventually turn into a whole character sheet. Yes. Yes, it will. It'll have, because not only will I need to go and draw this character just standing like this, I'll need to go and draw its backside as well, because that's all part of it. Because you gotta draw your front and your back. So that will be for next time. Right now we're going to go and get done with this line work, which we are almost done with. All I need to do is the next arm and some minor details, and then I can do a flat coloring of it, in which a flat coloring of this mushroom guy will be just a simple fill. I'm just going to get everything together first. Unlike organic shapes like people, this is a robot, and robot characters tend to have more of a rigid shape to work with. You can't really be as loose. Then again, there are examples of robots being very loosely shaped and very loosely designed. Front, back, and extra important parts like maybe the hat from the top, front, hands, show you how the suction works and things and more. Yes, I do plan to do all that. And that will be Sunday. I'm planning on doing that Sunday. For those who are interested in the gaming side, I will be doing a run of Teardown on Friday in California. No. I'll be doing a run-through of Teardown because I played that game before, but I never beat it on stream. So that's what I plan to do next. On the pipeline of games to stream. Then also, I could, I think next Wednesday, I'm going to do a try-hard stream of trying to get a 1cc on EOS D. How am I going to record that? I have no clue. But I would like to try and see if it's possible to record that. Why am I going to try and do that? Because someone on my Discord challenged me to, so I have to abide by it. There we go. Let me go and move some stuff around here. Because everyone here likes Embodiment and Scarlet Devil. Everyone knows Embodiment and Scarlet Devil. Of course. So, that is the idea. OMG. I ain't the only one who knows of the Friday in California reference. I think it's because I think everyone in the stream is asleep right now, and it's only you and I. Everyone else, let me see how many people are currently in lurking in the stream right now. Let me check. Let me go to my live page. I don't have my stream running when I stream. I normally just like let it run. I let fate dictate what the hell happens. There are 17 concurrent viewers, so out of the 17 people, Con, you are the only one that's truly alive. The dead internet theory is real. Me too. I called him out. There we go. Bunch of sleeper. Sleepy people in the chat. It's just because I'm locking in right now, so it's not necessary that they need to be, like, 100% involved. Because, I mean, it's like, you know, if they talk too much, they might distract the artists. Which, I mean, I'm fine if you don't want to distract me. That's respectable. I find that respectable. But at the same time, I can work while drawing, so... I could work, I could talk, I can do a lot of things when I'm drawing, so. If there's one thing that my art teacher in high school hated the most, was the fact that I could talk to the kids that were sitting next to me and get my projects done at the same time while talking to them. Crazy, am I right? Yeah, that was the reason why she hated me, and yeah. I got kicked out of art class a couple of times because of that. I was too efficient. I was so efficient that I could talk and work at the same time. Crazy thought. What if I could just multitask? I'm here. I'm here just drawing while you're drawing. Ooh, look at that. I got a follow along? Hell yeah. Alright. Next is going to be the fingers. That's an eraser. All I need to do is copy this, bring it up here. Nope, maybe not. Go back. Teacher mad because student can be a teacher, yeah. Oh, man. What a time high school was. I remember in college when I taught Art 111, my teacher really did not like that. The fact that I managed to go and teach perspective to my class and have them understand it better than whatever the hell she had on her curriculum pissed her off to the point that she kicked me out of class after I was done teaching the lesson. All in context, it went like this. The story went like this. We were going to do perspective in class. My teacher was going up. She's like, all right, everyone, we're going to teach perspective. It's not my favorite subject, but we got to get through it. You know how it is. We always gotta do boring ass perspective. I hate perspective. I don't like doing perspective, but we have to learn it. That's practically how she came in when she was going to start the lesson. And me, I was just like, oh, well, good thing I know perspective already. Oh, really? Do you? I'm like, yeah, I like doing perspective. Okay, well, fine. If you think that you're so good at doing perspective, why don't you go and teach a class? I was just like, okay, sure. Well, fine. You gonna teach a class or what? She says. It's like, all right, sure. So I go up and walk up. I go and start describing about all the different types of vanishing points, horizon, set lines, how to use a compass and everything like that, how to go and set form and shape to your dynamic shapes and whatnot, how to draw a cube, how to draw a sphere, how to draw elongated pyramid, rectangular prisms, and pretty much I spent the entire class teaching the entire class how to do proper perspective, and everyone understood it. I came with no criteria. I just walked up there. I taught the class, and then she says, okay, cool, you taught the class, now leave. I'm like, okay. Do I get a good grade today? No. I'm like, oh, well, damn. Too bad I paid for this class. I don't get a good grade for teaching. But at least I managed to go and get some, what do you say, community service points. I showed her ass, yeah. Well, then also, I just showed that it's like, you know, doing perspective, it can be enjoyable if you don't think of it as a slog and don't try to go and intimidate students by saying if the teacher doesn't like it, you're not going to like it either. Surely it's just like, when I went to college, it was just a wowing experience about how little do teachers care about their curriculum. Like, I get it. You do the same curriculum over and over and over again. It can get exhausting, but at the same time, you don't have to bring your exhaustion. What do you say? You don't have to bestow your exhaustion and lack of enthusiasm on your students, because that stuff radiates and it spreads, and your students will also become unenthusiastic and don't want to do it either. So it's like, you gotta have some enthusiasm when coming into it. If not, you're not gonna go anywhere. You're gonna be dead in the water, kind of a deal. It's kind of like what I said. When it comes to concepting characters, ideas, anything really, enthusiasm is very key. Enthusiasm is your own personal interest and investment into said project. And how you use that and how much you have to spare very much dictates on how well you will do, how well it will come out, and how you will think about it in the end product. Right now, I have a fair amount of enthusiasm for this mushroom guy because, well, I'm having fun while drawing it. B, I'm making something new. C, my enthusiasm is pretty good because, well, I mean, it's a fresh concept, new stuff to work with. So it's all new to me, a new experience. I get to experience fun stuff. Yeah, sure, I might have some highs, might have some lows. But I'm not gonna go and say, oh great, we have to go and draw a mushroom guy. Oh well, I didn't want to go and draw the suction arm. I don't want to draw a suction arm of this guy, this fucking mushroom. No, I don't want to do that. I don't have final rules. No, I'm just like, I'm gonna put the arm on it because I want to see what it looks like. And look at that, it came out looking better than before. I expanded my boundaries because I had good morale, good enthusiasm to go and add things on. There we go.
All right, we got one arm. Or almost. Let me go and do a little something over here. He has like corrugated arm segment or finger segments. And then just leave it round up at the tip.
Teacher, my classmate tried to put a fork in the outlet again.
Oh dear. Well, did you make sure that your power still works after he died? Oh yeah, also call an ambulance. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 4, 5. You get the big circle. 5, 6, 7. And then show the little tiny separation joints. There we go. Okay. And then we do right here the thumb. 1, 2, 3, 4. Wrap that around. 4. I'm gonna do 5, 6, 7, and 8. There we go. That way he looks. It keeps the mushroom. You could see the mushroom shape, and you could also see maybe some other areas where you could add some extra stuff on, as well as also the suction tube. I think maybe no, because I would need to go and put like a corrugation in there. You know, making it robotic. Anyways. Let's get started on the other arm. That way we can go and wrap things up for today. So I'm going to make it easy for me. I'm just going to start off by copying this arm tube set up. Maybe even down to here. No, let's just take the entire arm. And I'm going to copy pasta it. And then I can draw it again. Oh, the fingers are on a different line. Alright, that's fine. Fine by me. And then I can just rearrange stuff. This arm's gonna go right here. I don't have Puppet Tool inside this program. If I did, I could just simply move it, but what I'm probably gonna have to resort to is just doing things manually. So, which is perfectly fine by me. I could leave that there, though. Here are you. Flip you
two of you. Get that blue. Wait, what if I rotate it? I don't think that's gonna meet up, but... No, it's not gonna meet up. But... I know where the lines start. There we go. Flipping a segment, it's not the easiest thing to do, but when you pull it off and don't drop your pen, it can get pretty easy if you do it enough. This is one of those things that you can only learn in repetition, you know how it goes. As for this arm, once again, since I already have it in place, I don't really need to do much with it. The most I wish I could do is probably hit it with a puppet tool, which I could probably throw into Photoshop and then hit with a puppet tool to go and reposition it. But I'm not quite sure if that would remove the vector layer from it. So I might just leave it as is. Or maybe, wait. I didn't bring the fingers with it, but that's okay. Let me see. Because then I could probably... Duplicate this layer. Yes. I know it's a little bit lazy, but concepting is concepting. We could do a cool pose later on, down the road. For right now, this is all about the concepting. Yep. Then if I want to add any extra details on, I can do that later. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to merge that with the layer below. Merge that with the layer below. I'll merge it down again. That way they're all one big happy family. I'm just going to delete you onto that second circle. Nope. Select you. I'm going to use an actual selection instead. Just gonna move you to another layer. That way you have your own little happy space by yourself. And I'm gonna transform this transformation. How's this gonna look? That's going to bend everything. No, I would need a puppet tool. And I don't believe I have one. I could skew, no. The most I can do is probably do this. You know what? Now you're probably asking yourself, why am I doing this? The answer is just because I want to go and switch up my, I want to switch up my posing just a little bit. I know, granted, it's kind of just like, oh, well, I mean, you're just copy-pasting the limb set. Why spice it up? Because that is all I know. Broken Eye still melts in the sun. Robo. Indeed. Borg.
to copy you. I think if I want to add extra detail to the inside of the arm, I might do so later. Let's connect that tube right there. Alright, and if we turn off our line work, turn that on. It's like we're giving it power. Give it full power! There's still some stuff up here. Put like the little ejection. Actually, you know what? Maybe these things can flip upwards. So what I can do is up here put little tiny like nubs for hatches. That way, when it activates, they go and flip upward. There we go. So what we're going to do next, we need to move his hat. Now what we're going to do, we use a mask. Use a mask here. This arm a tad. Push it out. Right about there. And lastly, we'll give him his eyes. These will be temporary eyes, but googly. Give him the googly eyes. I want to give him some weird eyes. Merge with layer below. That I want to increase size. Right about there. 30 is good. Tracker right there.
Since someone earlier in the chat said give him a mouth, I will. So we will give him a mouth. Me too. 7. Make him happy. Make him a happy mushroom dude. He's a happy mushroom dude. There you go. Look at that. Now what I'm going to do next is I'm going to do this. I don't need this. I'm going to move. Is this on its own layer? No, it's not. I'm going to move it to its own layer. This is a good circle. I like this circle. You see that circle? I like that circle. I want to keep that circle with me closely. Alright, I'm just going to add that into another folder. Do this, do that, add that into another folder, and I'm going to go and turn on my auto process. What I want to do squeeze number 2, line fill, select the mundo, and I'm going to, oh, we got the inside, yes, yes. We got a little tiny empty spot right here. There are some details I am missing, but I could add them on later. So, let's go. It's now darkened. Alright. Erase that. We will... Also, you get to see the silhouette. Look at that. That's a nice looking silhouette right there. 6-7. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, he looks rather cute. Alright. So, what I'm going to do, I'm going to change his line work to the color white. Whitey, white. Right there. Because I made it black on accident. Let me lock those pixels first. There we go. Look at that. And from earlier today, we started out with this right here. And let me go and drag him out this way to the right. I'm going to put him over here. There we go. And thus, there you go. You can now see the evolution of concept. So we started from here. We went to this concept where we had to go and extend out the arms because we figured out about the arm requirement. And now we are here. So we went from the base concept of a character, what we had in mind, and even if we were to go back to as far as the concept sheet for building a character, I believe it wasn't this one. We had this one earlier. I think I still have an MS Paint down over here. Yeah, here we go. So, technically, if I were to go from the basic shapes, we went from this. So this was how we started, in a way. So it was kind of like reverse building, as you might say. So, watch. So it's like reverse building. We start from here. We then went to here. And then after that, we went to Clip Studio. Brought it in. Overlined it. Did a modification of adding in the extended arms for the suction arms. And now, here we are with this nice, cute little mushroom guy. He's definitely the type of guy to come up to you and... Oh, he's definitely the type of guy to come up to you and ask if you got games on your phone. Yeah. But yeah, there you go. So, with that, I think that concludes our lesson for today. In fact, it even concludes the previous session of where I was describing about, was it level of detail and whatnot? Level of detail being the descriptor for how much quality you want to put into something. Now, obviously, there are certain things I want to go and put on this character. Like, I want to put some stuff on his back, maybe like a container for spores maybe a spore backpack of some kind, maybe some tubes for wherever he sucks in the air, the spores. So his whole thing is going to be disputing out spores and then returning them back into him. Because, you know, controlling mushrooms. You gotta control mushrooms. You gotta control the spores. That's how they move. They move via the air. Anyways, we'll come back to this on Sunday. And on Sunday, we'll go and add further detailing, as well as also extra stuff to the character model, extra detail to his hands and arms and whatnot. What if I win? I have no clue if I will win. I don't think I'm going to win. I think I'm probably going to lose. But that's okay. Whether if I win or lose, all that matters is that I had a good old fun time making a fun guy. See what I did there? Anyways, cool. Yes. Let me see. So, Friday. Like I said, I'll be doing some teardown. I want to return to teardown again. I did that. I did some gameplay of teardown ages ago, but I think it's better time more than ever to come back to it and do a full playthrough of it. You know, a little on and off kind of ordeal. And then, like I said, next Wednesday, I plan on doing some actual Touhou gaming. So stay tuned for that. Stay tuned for Friday. And with that I think that concludes our lesson. Very much. With that, I'd like to go and say thank you for joining me on this lesson today. I hope you learned a lot. Till then, I would like to wish you a good rest of your day, morning, evening, nighttime, or wherever you are. Till then, I'm Jomu Nafuda saying, building brick by brick, from the ground up, straight to the moon! Till then, later everyone. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.